12.37 at 111 for Dan Gray in the truck. Joel Smith from Abbey, 1971 Pontiac here in the TCS lane. The Zapstrap Racing Jerry's OK Tire, 71 Pontiac. That's Tyler Smith's dad there. Tyler Smith, of course, dominating the junior street class right now. Going against the white Mustang. Of course, it takes us a minute to get all these tech cards enters. Oh, big problems here for Joel Smith there. Not sure what happened there, but definitely a big loss of power as he lets out of it something he doesn't like. The white Mustang pulling an 11.90 at 126 with a 9. Malia Basile from Coquitlam, she's racing a 2018 Audi RS3, going against Jared Balfour from Chilliwack in his 2015 Dodge, packing a 376. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get motorcycles to the lanes, please? Motorcycles to the lanes. Nice launch for both of these vehicles, neck and neck at the 330 and the 8th mile. And the 1,000-foot, oh, it's going to Jared Balfour at 10.02, 141 miles an hour. And Malaya, look at her at 10.13 at 133. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to lanes 1 through 4, please? Sports Compacts to lanes 1 through 4. Randy Mitchell in the Lordco lane, a 2020 Chevy Camaro from Surrey. Going against the other Camaro, had a little problem on the launch and a brake light's coming on there for the red Camaro. A 10.68, 135 miles an hour for Randy Mitchell. Great pass in this 2020 Chevy. Moving on into the motorcycle class now, sponsored by Mountain View Harley-Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. We've got a whole bunch of motorcycles here today. How exciting is that? Even a few guys that are over on the Speed Fanatics side, they've decided that they want to see how fast their bikes really are here on the Titanium Strip. So it's going to be a great evening of motorcycle racing here. Tom Turand in the TCS side from Maple Ridge on his Daytona Motorsport Boulder design 2017 Suzuki he calls the Kraken. We don't have the gentleman in the other lane's name yet, but both bulbs are lit. There goes Tom Turand, a great reaction time for him. An 8.62, 156 miles an hour for Tom Turand. And the Lordco lane with a 9.39 at 149. Paul Serdar in his Mass Cycle Service 05 Suzuki GSXR called the Gixxer, going against Ken Christensen from Coquitlam on his 2012 Kawasaki. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lanes, please? Sports Compact, we need you to the lanes 1 through 4, please. Paul with a 10 even, 141 with a 2. Ken Christensen a 10.45 at 145. Boy, these bikes are fast. Corey Craig from Chilliwack calls his bike Corey Stereo. Going against Lee Gallant from Mission. This 2008 Suzuki. Corey Craig, an 8.31, 164 miles an hour, the fastest time so far of the day. Fastest vehicle of the day, that is. And Lee, a little trouble on the start, 14.39. Darren Bauman. That is Ralph Stew on the bike there from Delta, having some big problems there about half track. Could be one of the guys over from the Speed Fanatics side, and you know, that's fine. They're normally doing all those twists and turns and getting crazy, and here they are on a track. It's a totally different thing. Motorcycle class sponsored by Mountain View Harley-Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Big thanks to them for sponsoring this class. Nick Shea in the TCS lane, the 05 CRR. Going against Chris Rathy from Abbotsford, the ZX-10R motorcycle. Chris with a 10.94, 135 miles an hour. Nick Shea an 11.38 at 122. Great passes here for the motorcycles. So cool to see so many of them here. The Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get domestic to lanes 1 through 4, please? Domestics to lanes 1 through 4. It's Mark Perot here in his 05 Honda called Orange Crush, going against Graham Dick in his 2014 Suzuki. Graham is from Langley here in the Lordco lane. Big wheels in the air again and again for Graham Dick. There's so much power in that bike. So Graham an 11.61, 127 miles an hour, and Mark an 11.67 at 123. So again, if you need a little help at the line, we are absolutely there to give you a hand. If there's something you don't understand, put an N on the side of your vehicle or just wave your hands and Willie will come over and help you out. Be moving into Sports Compact next, brought to you by Racing Greed. Next up, Sports Compact, we've got Luke Sever from Maple Ridge, 2018 Golf R in the TCS lane going against Daryl McConnell, 2009. BMW 135i. 12.53 at 107 miles an hour for Luke, and Daryl McConnell at 12.23 at 126. Rob Sylvester from Langley, he's in his 2015 BMW M235. It's going against the Honda Civic, and look how big those numbers are. That's beautiful. He's my best friend. I'll always be able to see his number. Rob Sylvester at 12.22 at 112, and the Honda 13.85 at 97 miles an hour. Tyron Franzen from Maple Ridge, 2001 Acura Integra going against Adam Blender in his 2023 VW GTI, and Adam is from Surrey. Adam taking this one, a 14.23 at 101 with an 8, and Tyron 15.25 at 91 miles an hour. Be sure to get on your phone and text your friends and tell them to come on down here and bring their car. We've got lots of room and lots of racing action yet to come. Tell them to come on down. Bill Schwartz from Maple Ridge in the 2021 AMG. I see a big old N on the side of his car. Got Willie to come on over and give him a hand. That's exactly what we want you to do. It's going against Tommy Vaughn in his 2012 GTR. It looks like Tommy was giving him a head start there, a 2-second head start. And he gets around him at 10.21, 116 miles an hour for Tommy Vaughn. And Bill Schwartz at 12.52 at 109 even. All right, folks, moving into domestic class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Just a reminder, folks, you've got to turn that AC off for the evening. AC off. AC needs to be off, folks. We're having an issue already. So we've got Josh M. in his LS Swap Mustang 93 Mustang going against Yu Han, 2021 Dodge. Oh, lots of wheel spin there for Yu Han, trying to get a hold of that power, trying to get it to stick to the track. We'll have to see what happens in his next pass at 11.94, 117 for Josh in his LS swapped Mustang. Yu Han, a 17.50. It's Brad Bloomfield here in his L. Bloomfield and Sons 78 Pontiac. It's going against the old blue Ford truck. Good looking truck there in the Lordco lane. Brad Bloomfield 11.40 at 117 with a 4. And the old Ford at 13.52 at 103. Emmanuel Sansini from Victoria, 1985. Cutlass running a 350 going against Sean Mercer from Abbotsford, his 2019 Camaro. Sean Mercer a 12.93 at 108, and Emmanuel a 15.96. Next up is Joseph Lowen in his 91 Mustang called the Raven. He is from Aldergrove, going against Chris Beardshaw from Victoria, 1969 Dodge Dart. 12.11 at 113 with a 4 for Joseph Lowen, and a 13.96 at 100 miles an hour for Chris. Kai Jessamine coming up here. He's from Surrey, 1980 K5, going against Kevin Major from Burnaby in his 90 S10 with the LS. Wow, great pass for Kevin Major, a 12.03 at 113 with a 5. Kai Jessamine, a 14.05 at 96 miles an hour. Unusual for Kai. Ken Ritchie in the 85 Blazer. He's from Surrey, going against Lauren Stewart from Poco. 13.09 for Ken Ritchie, 104 miles an hour. Again, a reminder, we are announcing the lane calls on Twitter. So if you have Twitter, turn on your Twitter notifications so you can easily see where we are in the day and what class we are calling. So please, if you have Twitter, stay informed. Sam Kumba in the not a 2020 Tesla, but GMC truck, going against Brendan in the 90 Ford. He's part of Motoring Canada with Thomas. Brendan, a 13.40, 100 miles an hour, and Sam, a 14.03 at 90. CJ Hookham, 2010 Dodge, running a 345 Hemi. He is from Mission, going against Andy Ruka from Maple Ridge. $13.03 at 106 for CJ. And the truck's a 14.32 at 98. Ford versus Chevy coming up here at the Mopac Friday Night Street Legals. Looks like a statement was just made here. A 14.06 in the TCS lane and a 16.19 in the Lordco lane. Hopefully we'll see those guys paired up again later on in the evening. Domestic class sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies, your first choice in high performance parts. Cyrus Safri in his 1999 Buick. Going against Mike Glockson, from Victoria. So many people here from Victoria. Wow. 1969 Dodge Dart. I wonder if they had joined us last weekend at the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. That would be interesting to know. Side-by-side racing action here. And Mike is, whoa, it's really close. Yeah, Mike pulled away in the top end, a 13.48, and a 14.29, 95 miles an hour for Cyrus. Chase Cranmore, 2017, a Chevy Camaro. It's going against Gary Butler in his 2017. Another Camaro. It's like identical Camaros. This is freaking me out. Oh, man. Well, Gary's got some work to do when your reaction time starts with a 1. Can he get around him? No, he can't, but so close at 11.96 at 1:16 for Chase and 2 seconds even at 1:23 for Gary. You could tell he was trying to get after it. Here comes Cassidy from Maple Ridge, the 2005 GT Mustang, going against Bruce Sturt from Langley in the 69 Rambler. Bunch of really cool cars here tonight at the Friday Night Street Legals. Lots of racing action yet to come. Cassidy a 15.19 at 91 with a 6. Bruce a 16.35 at 83. Dean Doucette in the 64 GTO, packing a 389, going against Dustin Downing. My boy Blue in his 2018 Mustang GT. Lots of wheel spin there for Dean. But hooking up and heading down the track. Boy, it's close at the 1,000 foot, but Dean hangs on a 13.92. Versus the 13.61 for Dustin. Benjamin Ohanessian in 2019 Tesla. It's going against Jen. Jen in the Malibu, 1980 Malibu. Benjamin taking this pass, a 13.67 at 100 with an 8. And Jen, a 15.19 at 92. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Outlaw to the lanes, please? Outlaw to lanes 1 through 4, please. And motorcycles, we're going to put you on standby, please. Motorcycles on standby. Outlaws to lanes 1 through 4. Don't forget about our next big race. It's called Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Yeah, you have to say it like that. August 24th to 27th, presented by Lordco. That is one you do not want to miss, folks. It's going to be a great old time. I remember last year, it was absolutely amazing. I know I'm totally looking forward to that race. I'll be working Friday and Saturday nights, so we hope to see you all out there and everybody on the live stream. We want to see your smiling faces here in the stands watching Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Now, September 22nd to 25th is the Mission Finals, and that's always a great old time. And September 29th to October 1st, the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. Big Bad Outlaws coming back. September 29th to October 1st. It's hard to believe it's already mid-August. We also have another Friday night Street Legals next Friday. So if you're on the live stream, come on down and bring your car next Friday. It's going to be a great old time, as always, here at the Friday Night Street Legals at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip. We'll be getting started again shortly. Remember, Outlaws, we need you to the lanes, please. 1 through 4 Outlaws to the lanes. Motorcycles, you are on standby. Just another friendly announcing message. Remember, don't shoot the messenger. But please, no AC on. We need the AC off. It's going to be good old-fashioned wind power while you're in the staging lanes, but just before you roll up to that burnout box, it's all business, folks. It's called windows up, seatbelt on, helmet on if you need it, and get into business. Moving on now into the Outlaw class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Brian Kropp in his 2018 VW All-Track. He's from Surrey, part of Tunezilla. Going against Dorian Unkovic from Burnaby in his 2008 BMW 335i. This should be a good race, folks. I think he might have given him a little too much of a head start there, and almost 3 seconds at the line for Dorian. 11.44 for Brian, a 10.65, but with that 2.72 second reaction time, it's not going to work out. It was like Street Outlaws, and he negotiated just too much time. Joel Smith back again. Glad to see he didn't hurt his 71 Pontiac, part of Zapstrap Racing. Jerry's OK Tire going against that white Mustang. Getting a little fishtaily with all that power, just not connecting to the track the way he wants. A 10.57, 128 with a 7 for Joel Smith. The white Mustang at 11.61 at 125. John Verbeek in the 78 Malibu. He's from Aldergrove. Going against Clayton Schultz from Coquitlam, the 2019 Dodge with the 392 Hemi. Clayton Schultz a little too eager, red lighting. And John hauling down the track. A 14.24 and a 12.90 for Clayton had he not went red. Wow. Malaya Basile from Coquitlam, 2018 Audi RS3 going against John Cussman from Abbotsford in that 2016 Corvette he calls White Cocoa. Malia Basile from Coquitlam at 10.32 and John Cussman at 10.10. It's Lucas Taggart, his 2018 Dodge Demon in the TCS lane. He's from Surrey, going against Mark Swan from Abbotsford, the 2006 GMC Sierra, sponsored by Lordco and VDG Construction. Spooling up that turbo, rolling some coal, and he's off. Look at all that power in that truck. Wow. Jerked him over to the right. You can see that on the live stream where he laid his rubber there, pulled to the right, but a 10.56 at 129 for Lucas and a 9.8 at 141. But of course, that 3-second reaction time for Mark. So the win goes to Lucas. Mike Enns from Mission in his Crown Door. And Rod's Hot Rod 2002 Ford. He's from Mission. He's going against Dallas Metters in his 1986 Fox Body Mustang. He's from Sydney running a 408. Okay, so a little info on Mike. He's an ex-Pro Mod and ex-Door Slammer racer. And that's supposed to be the fastest street legal truck, but look at this action here. Side-by-side racing, you guys all the way going to Dallas Metters. What? 104 with a 4. And Mike, yeah, definitely he let out of it there after the 1,000-foot. But wow, I want those two to line up again. Absolutely amazing. Randy Mitchell with that great old burnout there, the 2020 Chevy Camaro in the tower side. He's from Surrey going against Chris Butler in his 2015 Chevy Camaro called Nasty Redhead. Looks like Chris Butler desperately trying to get around him, but he doesn't. A 10.72, 133 for Randy. A 10.51 at 142 for Chris Butler. Just the reaction time making the difference. Dan Gray from Maple Ridge racing that 1983 Ford truck, packing a 460. It's going against Bobby Ehlers. Bobby Ehlers from Maple Ridge, 1989 Ford Mustang. Wow, did you see the truck box, the rear end going up and down? Wow. Notice that Bobby Ehlers, they're packing the laundry on that Fox Body Mustang. A 10.47 at 130. For Bobby, and Dan an 11.94 at 112. That's a great time for that old work truck for Dan Gray. Jeffrey Bellman here in his 1968 Cougar with a 363 Ford. He's from Chilliwack running a solo pass. Nice solid pass right down the center of the groove at 11.44 to 120 with a 4 for Jeffrey Ballman. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles to the lanes, please. If you're not already there, motorcycles to the lanes, please. Tom Tarand in the Daytona Motorsports Boulder Designs 2017 Suzuki called the Kraken. It's going against Chris Rathie from Abbotsford. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to lanes 1 through 4, please? Sports Compacts, we need you to the lanes 1 through 4. Tom Tarand, a 9.48, 153 miles an hour, and Chris, a 10.85 at 140. Great racing action here in our motorcycle class. Lee Gallant here going against Graham Dick in the Lordco lane. Lee is a 2008 Suzuki in the TCS lane, and Graham in a 2014 Suzuki. This one's going to Lee Gallant, a 10.77 at 139 with a 5, and Graham at 11.74 at 129. Nick Shea in the TCS lane going against Mark Paru. Nick on the 05 CRR and Mark on the 05 Honda. He calls Orange Crush, and Mark has taken this round at 11.27 at 127. Nick Shea at 12.07 at 117 with a 9. Paul Serdar there likes his tire very warm, thank you. In the Gixxer, sponsored by Mass Cycle Service, and the 05 Suzuki, going against Ken Christensen in his 2012 Kawasaki. He is from Coquitlam. Paul at 10.24 at 141 with a 1, and Ken just couldn't catch up almost, though, at 10.58 at 138. Roxy Harder here in the TCS lane, going against Corey Craig in the Lordco lane. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lanes, please? Sports Compact, please make your way to the lanes. Corey Craig in 8.14 at 171 miles an hour. The fastest vehicle so far on the racetrack. That beats his 164 miles an hour in his previous round. It's Ralph Stu from Delta. Wow, look at that bike. Pretty darn cool. He lets out of it there after the 330, unfortunately encountering a problem on the bike. Ralph Stu having some issues, but he'll be back, I'm sure, in the next round. Motorcycle class sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. I'd like to thank them very much for sponsoring this class. Moving into Sports Compact now. Sports Compact, you should be in the lanes. If you are not, please make your way to the lanes. Sports Compact. Looks like we have an Audi in the Lordco lane going against Adam Blender from Surrey in his 2023 VW. He's calling it the Snot Rocket. Looks like Mr. Snot Rocket having a little problem on the line. The Audi running a 12.11 at 116, and Adam a 14.45. Daryl McDonald. 2019 BMW going against Tyron Franzen in the 2001 Acura Integra. Daryl running a 12.06 at 124 with a 5. And Tyron, a 15.14, 92. Luke Sever from Maple Ridge, 2018 Golf, going against Rob Sylvester from Langley in his 2015 BMW M235. Rob Sylvester, a 12.24 at 111 with an 8, and Luke, a 12.45 at 107. Richard Avenchko from Langley in the 1995 Honda. Oh, we know our old friend Richard. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get domestics to the lanes, please? Domestics to the lanes, please. All right, we're just encountering a little situation with our computer, so we just need a moment here so we can... Oh, well, why not? All right, Tommy Vaughn was in the TCS lane, Anthony Walker in the Lordco lane. Anthony Walker in the Tunezilla 2017 Audi S3 and 11.03 at 123 with a 2. And Tommy in that 2012 GTR. All right, it's working now. You know when your keyboard just like doesn't want to work? It's like, hello keyboard, are you gonna work so we can like have a race even? But of course Anna is coming to the rescue for us as usual. Thank you so much to Anna and Elise up here in the tower with me. It's Bill Schwartz in a 2021 AMG from Maple Ridge, and this is a solo pass. A 12.64 at 108 with a 1 for Bill Schwartz. Domestic class sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Brad Bloomfield from Kamloops in that 1978 Pontiac, sponsored by L. Bloomfield and Son, going against Andy Ruka in the 2016 F-150, that's for sure. Brad with an 11.35 at 117, and Andy a 14.67. Bruce Sturts from Langley, 1969 Rambler. Going against Lauren Stewart from Poco in the 2003 Mustang. Lauren Stewart, a 13.94 at 106. Bruce, a 16.26 at 85. Here's Josh M. and Kyle Jessamine. Looks like Josh giving him a little head start. Josh putting on the pressure. An 11.93 at 117, and Kai a 14.14 at 96. Sean Mercer, 2019 Camaro. He's from Abbotsford, going against Yu Han in his 2021 Dodge. He is from Langley. Chevy Dodge battle here on the titanium strip. 11.42 at 131 with a 5 for Yuhan. Sean Mercer, a 13.12 at 110. Ford versus Ford, and a electric Ford there in the Lordco lane. They call it a Mach-E. Very interesting. A 13.75 for the Mach-E and a 14.11 for the truck. Ken Ritchie from Surrey, the 1985 Blazer, going against Kevin Major in his 90 S10 with the LS. It's getting really popular, those LS swaps. Lots of power in those LSs. Very, very cool. I wish I could put an LS in my Toyota Corolla. Probably out of luck, huh? 11.96, 114 for Kevin. Ken, a 12.95 at 105. Jen Stoutenberg in the 1980 Buick, I want to say, going against Chris Parks in the 2022 GMC truck. Just a reminder to your racers, we are trying to get a hold of a few of you because your numbers are incorrect or they're being used by another race car. So if you see a strange number calling you, hey, it could be the beautiful Anna. Definitely want to pick up the phone. Chris Parks, a 13.84, 90 miles an hour. And Jen Stoutenberg, a 15.82 at 90 miles an hour. Emmanuel Sansini here in the 1985 Cutlass. He's from Victoria. And that gorgeous square body Chev truck there with no number on the side. That was the holdup. Be sure, racers, that you have that number on the side of your vehicle. Not sure what's going on with that truck. You should let me drive it. 15.34 for Emmanuel and a 20.16 for the square body. Brendan in the 90 Ford, part of Motoring Canada with Thomas, going against Mike Bloxon in the 1969 Dodge Dart. Brendan Piskasek, a 13.37, 100 miles an hour, and Mike Glockson, a 13.36 at 107. Here is Dean Doucette from, not sure where he's from, 1964 GTO, going against Cyrus Safri in the 99 Buick. Oh. Dean a 13.60 at 104 with a 3, and Cyrus a 14.65, 94 with a 9. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you have registered to race in this race, we require you to write the number on the side of your vehicle. Because if you don't do so, we don't know who you are and we can't brag about you. So please, if you're in the pits and you don't have a number on the side of your car and you are racing today, we need to address that issue. Dodge versus Camaro here. Brake lights going on there in the Lordco lane. 13.04 in the TCS side, a 16.41 in the Lordco lane. You've got Chris Beardshaw from Victoria, 1969 Dodge Dart, going against the Chevy truck in the TCS lane. Chris Beardshaw, 13.91 at 100 miles an hour, and the truck with a 14.46 at 95 miles an hour. Next up here in the domestic class, it is Gary Butler, 2017 Camaro in the TCS lane, going against Chase Cranmore from Surrey in his 2017 Chevy Camaro. So here we are, the ultimate Chevy battle. This is a close battle here. 12.07 for Gary Butler versus a 12.26 for Chase Cranmore. Wow, it doesn't get closer than that, folks. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw, you're on standby, please. Outlaw, you're on standby. Mustang versus old Ford. And the Ford got a big jump on him, a 1-second jump. But Mustang gets around him, a 12.92 versus a 13.31 for the truck. Benjamin Ohanessian in the 2019 Tesla, going against Joseph Lowen from Aldergrove. Joseph in the 1991 Fox Body Mustang, he calls Raven. Look like Benjamin. Oh, look at that. He does get around him. A 13.68, 100 miles an hour. But it looks like problems for Joseph. He totally let out there after the 1,000 foot because he had it. Must have been facing some problems. Hopefully he's okay. Joseph Lowen, we'll see him in the next round. Got a Dodge in the TCS lane and another Fox Body Mustang in the Lordco lane. Whole bunch of wheel spin for the Dodge, but it looks like problems for the Mustang pulling over out of the groove. Wow. And he did exactly what he needed to do, folks. If you're a racer and you find a problem as you are heading down the track, you need to get out of the groove. It really helps us out. We're going to get someone to, oh, there he goes. We'll see both those cars in the next round. Just going to go and take a look, make sure everything's coolio down there. Now all the girls are oohing and awing over this car here. '69 Chevy Camaro with a 406. John Kalinich in that 69 Camaro at 12.63 at 120 miles an hour. All right, we're going to take a moment and do some track prep before we get into the Outlaw class. Wow, what a great bunch of racing action so far today here at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Be sure to get on your phones and tell your friends, come on down here to Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip and bring your car. Lots of racing action yet to come. We will be getting in a lot of passes today, so you're getting your $50 worth, that's for sure. And we're all having a great time watching you race your car. So if you didn't bring your car this weekend, be sure to bring it August 18th. That's 1 week from today. We do this all over again. Friday Night Street Legals, August 18th, and again on September the 1st. Hard to believe there's only 4 more Street Legals of the year. What is happening? Summer is going way too fast. Now, don't forget the big bad race coming up August 24th to 27th. It's Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco Auto Parts. That one cannot be missed, folks. Going to be a great race, a big race. All your favorites will be there. And I can't wait for that big race. If you were with us last weekend, we had the Langley Old Time Loafers, and that was awesome. The Langley Loafers Old Time Drags, sorry. And that was something. I must say, I had a great old time. The Gasser Get Down, the Street Rod, Street Classic, Street Machine, Outlaws, Pro Mods, Door Slammers. We had them all, and it was a great old time. So be sure to come for Smoke, Fire, Thunder. August 24th to the 27th. Just entering some tech cars and noticing some very interesting car names. In fact, some car names that we're just not allowed to say on a PA, or any nice lady is not going to say that name. So you might want to keep that in mind while naming your car, that there's some names and some words we just can't say here on the PA here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Just doing some track prep and we get back to the action on the Titanium Strip here at Mission Raceway. If you're getting a little snacky, why don't you head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack. Say hi to Clara. She runs the place, the Employee of the Year of 2020. Now, I'll tell you, that's my go-to place for fries and gravy. Yum, yum, yum. I even say fries and gravy, and the girls are like, oh, fries and gravy, yum. But we do have a poutine lady in here. She enjoys her poutine. And the chicken strips, yeah. Yeah, so I'm getting lots of nods here. Yes. So if you're hungry, check it out. The concession stand, great food. And, of course, it is dinner time, so check them out. Lots of refreshments as well. The Pro Shop, of course, has all the apparel, the hats, jackets, hoodies, die-cast cars, stickers, pins, bug spray, earplugs, as well as ice cream. And, of course, they have freezies, folks. It's all about the freezies here in the tower. Big thanks to the Gulf and Fraser folks, had their tent up. Of course, good to see you as always. And if you are looking to do some banking, it's Gulf and Fraser. That's where you need to go. Just a little more track prep and we'll get back to business. Also, a reminder, the Fraser Valley Boat Drag Association is having another race September 16th and 17th, and that's happening right behind us here in the beautiful Fraser River. So if you did join us the last time they had a race, it was pretty darn cool. And the next time, I'm sure it's going to be bigger and better, and that is the boat drags September 16th and 17th. So a 2-day boat race here at Mission Raceway on the Fraser. Might have something to do with those big piles of, I'm not sure what that is, road base or whatever on the barge. They're definitely building something back there. So glad to see everybody out here today at the Mopac Friday Night Street Legals. Glad to see all your smiling faces and all the kids running around. And hey, if you're watching on the live stream, hello, how are you doing? Hope to see you down here soon. Don't forget, we are broadcasting live in the pits at 92.7 FM. And we are also announcing our calls on Twitter. So if you have Twitter, turn on your notifications, add us, Mission Raceway Park, and we will update all of our class calls and lane assignments for you. So if you can't hear my voice, Twitter might be a good option for you. So just finishing up our track prep, and we'll be heading back into the racing action. Just want to give a little shout out to all of our motorcycles here today. We have a whole bunch of them participating in the Mopac Friday Night Street Legal. So great to have you all out here. And the motorcycle class is sponsored by Mountain View Motorsports and Mountain View Harley Davidson. These two dealerships are your go-to spots for all your motorcycle needs. Whether you're looking for a high-performance sports bike or a classic cruiser, Mountain View Motorsports has you covered with a wide selection of top brands. And for those of you who are true Harley enthusiasts, Mountain View Harley Davidson is the place to be, offering the latest models and accessories from the legendary manufacturer. So if you're in the market for a motorcycle or just want to check out the latest gear, make sure to visit Mountain View Motorsports and Mountain View Harley Davidson. Big thanks to them for all of their support sponsoring our motorcycle class. Big shout out to our track workers today. I know we have a number of new people working for us at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip. Just want to say good job, guys. Keep up the good work. We couldn't put on a race without you. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get outlaws to the lanes, please? All outlaws to the lanes. And motorcycle, you are on standby, please. Outlaws to the lanes and motorcycle on standby. Just finishing up the track prep for the outlaws to come out and show us what they've got. Be sure that you text your friends and tell them to come on down to the Mission Raceway and bring their car. I've only seen one Tesla today. It's quite disturbing. Where are all my Teslas? Text your friends, tell them to bring down the old car, and come and have some fun on the track with us. Lots of racing action left to come. Big thanks to the Titanium Auto Group, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. Like I said, join their Facebook group because they're giving away the cold, hard cash. Just a reminder, folks, if I'm saying your name wrong, like I try my best, but if I am totally butchering your name, come on up to the tower and let me know, okay? You know, my maiden name was Cellier. Cellier. You think anyone could say that name? No. Cellular, what is your name? Cellular? Exactly, right? Butchery at its finest, so please don't hesitate to come on up here. If we're saying your name wrong, or perhaps that's an old sponsor I'm talking about, or maybe there's other things you want me to say, the lovely Anna up here will gladly enter into the computer whatever that you need to be said. And of course, you can come shake your finger at me and say, that's not my last name. How dare you? I won't take it personally. I really want to know how to say your names. And there's some doozies out there. So I appreciate some of the drivers that have already done so and spelled out their names, how you can sound it out. That's amazing. So thank you so much for that. All right, thanks for your patience, folks. All outlaws, you should be in the lanes. Outlaws, you should be in the lanes. And motorcycle, you are on standby. Safety is the #1 concern here at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip. So making sure that track is as safe as possible is what we do here, especially before the outlaws come out. Outlaw class brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply. All right, here we go. Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply. Moving into the outlaw class here, also sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. In the TCS lane, it is Brian Kropp from Surrey, 2018 VW, part of the Toonzilla crew. 2018 VW All-Track, in fact, going against Lucas Taggart in the 2018 Dodge Demon. Both these guys from Surrey, British Columbia. Lucas at 10.62 at 129 miles an hour, and Brian at 11.49 at 117 with a 6. It's John Verbeek in the 1978 Malibu. He is from Aldergrove going against Clayton Schultz in that 2019 Dodge running a 392 Hemi. Clayton's from Coquitlam. Little pull to the left at the start for John Verbeek, but he gets it under control at 10.75 at 126. Clayton at 12.22 at 112. Next up is Dorian Unkovic, 2008 BMW 335i. He is from Burnaby, going against Jeffrey Bellman from Chilliwack, running that 1968 Cougar, packing a 363 Ford. Jeffrey Bellman a 12.12 at 122 and a 10.4 at 134 for Dorian, but with that 2.54 second reaction time, it's going to Jeffrey. White Mustang in the TCS lane going against John Cussman from Abbotsford. In White Cocoa, that 2016 Corvette. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, can we get motorcycles to lanes 4, please? Motorcycles to lane 4. John Cussman at 10.58 in that Vet, and the Mustang at 11.48 at 105. Here comes Randy Mitchell here, TCS lane, a 2020 Chevy Camaro, going against Robert McLean from Burnaby in his 2018 Camaro. Pretty close race here. The 1,000 foot is going to Randy Mitchell, a 10.77 at 133 with the 1. Robert McLean at 11.28 at 125. Malia Basile from Coquitlam, 2018 Audi RS3 going against Dallas Metters. He's from Sydney on the island. 1986 Fox Body Mustang. Trying to chase Dallas down now. Can she do it? Oh, yes, she can. A 10.20 at 133 for Malaya. And Dallas a 12.19. She even won that pass with a 1 in front of her reaction time. So pretty cool. Bobby Ayler's in the Lordco lane, going against Everett Heath in the 1972 Nova. Everett is from Maple Ridge. Nice liftoff for Everett. Bobby taking his time. Notice he's got packing the laundry on that Fox Body Mustang. Everett an 11.10 at 117, and Bobby at 10.41 at 129 with the B Gold 6.5 second reaction time. Jared Balfour from Chilliwack, 2015 Dodge in the TCS lane, going against Mike Enns from Mission in the Crown Door and Rod's Hot Rod 2002 Ford truck. All right, looks like Mike Enns letting out of it there after the 1,000. Jared Balfour at 10.06 at 141 miles an hour, folks, in that Dodge. Great pass. Joel Smith here in his Zapstrap Racing Jerry's OK Tires 71 Pontiac, going against Chris Butler in the 2015 Chevy Eagles Nasty Redhead. Joel Smith, the father of Tyler Smith, of course, dominating in the junior class. Chris Butler with a 10.81, 141 miles an hour with the 3, and Joel Smith a 12.16. Rolling into our motorcycle class, sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lanes, please? Sports Compact to the lanes, please. That's an 8.85 at 153 miles an hour for the TCS side, a 9.33 at 150 in the Lordco lane. Got Mr. Graham Dick in the TCS side, 2014 Suzuki. He's from Langley. He's going against Mark Perot in Orange Crush, that 2005 Honda. And look at the wheelies that Graham is pulling there in the TCS side. All sorts of power under that bike. An 11.40 at 126 for Mark, and Graham a 13.47 at 125. All right, Charles Leak in the TCS lane, the son, going against Chris Leak, his dad, in the Lordco lane. $10.86 at 139 for Charles, the son, and a 12.22 at 123 for dad, Chris. Roxy Harder here, a lady in the TCS lane. No clue. Going against Lee Gallant in the 2008 Suzuki. Some wheelies for Legal Ant there as he goes down the track, and I must say Roxy's bike is very cool. Cool looking bike. Lee a 10.70, 139, and Roxy a 17.40 at 79 miles an hour. Keith Schmidt in the Lordco lane on his 2001 Harley. He's from Maple Ridge. That's a close race there going to the TCS lane. A 12.20 at 117 for the TCS side, and Keith a 12.70 at 105. Pretty close. We had Keith come up here to the tower and say hello to us as well. So nice to meet you, Mr. Keith Schmidt. Paul Serdar likes his rear wheel hot. 2005 Suzuki called the Gixxer, sponsored by Mass Cycle Service, going against Ken Christensen from Coquitlam in the 2012 Kawasaki. Ken was trying to chase him down, but he couldn't get around him. A 10.92 at 103 versus a 10.29 at 140. Chris Rathy from Abbotsford. He's racing the ZX-10R, going against Ralph Stew from Delta in the ZX-19. Pair of Kawasaki's. $10.39 at 130 1 with a 6 for Ralph, and a 10.85 for Chris Rathy at 136 with a 9. Great to have all these motorcycle guys with us today. Corey Craig in the TCS lane. Darren Ballman, sorry, in the Lordco lane. Corey calls his bike Corey Stereo. Wow, Corey's racing that Hayabusa, and 8.08 at 173 miles an hour. He just keeps getting faster and faster. His previous passes were 164 miles an hour and 171. So he's just getting faster and faster as we go. Darren an 8.94 at 159. Moving into Sports Compact now, brought to you by Racing Greed. It's Christy Larson in the TCS lane going against the Audi. I guess they're both Audis. 2016 Audi driven by Christy Larson. An 11.53 for Christy, taking that pass versus an 11.98. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is your final call for Sports Compact. Sports Compact, please make your way to the lanes if you have not done so. Sports Compact to the lanes, please. Adam Blender there in the Lordco lane, 2023 VW. Adam calls his VW the Snot Rocket. 14.34 for him at 101, and a 9.79 at 154 miles an hour in the TCS lane. Luke Sever in his 2018 Golf R from Maple Ridge in the TCS lane. $12.53 at 108 for Luke, and a 12.53 for Luke at 12.83 in the Lordco lane. Carlos Cruz in the 2013 Scion going against Dale Pratt in the 2007 Mazda. Trouble is on the line for Dale Pratt. Carlo Cruz at 15.13, 85 miles an hour, and looks like Dale Pratt rolled through the beam, so no time for him. Gurdeep Bisla in 2018 BMW in the TCS lane going against Nolan White in the Evo 9. $12.14, 116 miles an hour for Nolan White in his Mitsubishi Evo 9, and Gurdeep at 12.57 at 109 with a 5. Rob Sylvester, 2015 BMW in the TCS lane, going against Daryl McConnell in his 2009 BMW. Lots of wheel spin in the Lordco lane. Finally hooks up, trying to chase him down. 12.34 for Rob Sylvester and Daryl at 11.82, but with that 1.3 second reaction time, that one goes to Rob. Nathan Vrend in his 2021 Nissan called Envious, going against Tyron Franzen from Abbotsford in the 2001 Acura Integra. Big 4-second head start for Tyron, but will Nathan get around him? Oh yes, an 11.80 at 135 versus a 15.39 at 90 miles an hour. Zhenpeng Li in the 2021 Porsche is going against Richard Vanchko in the 95 Honda. Always amazes me how that rear axle jumps up and down in that Honda. Wow. An 11.66 at 117 with a 1 for the Porsche. And Richard at 12.81. Andy Chen, 2015 BMW. He is from Delta. Going against Hadchi Dong in his 2022 BMW. Looks like a good old hand drop here. Good job, Willie. All right, both those cars rolled through the lights, so no time. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get domestics to the lanes, please? Domestics, can you make your way to the lanes, please? Peter Lowe here. Okay, interesting. Looks like we have some new racers joining us. If you are a new racer, maybe if you know those guys, particularly the gentleman in the TCS lane, Peter Lowe, kindly get them to write an N on the side of their vehicle so Willie can give them a hand. So that hand start is not where the actual starting line is. So if you do want a time, we need you to actually activate the bulbs on the tree. But if you don't know how to do that, please just ask us and we can give you a hand. Or Willie can give you a hand. Ren T. Chen in the 2022 BMW going against Max Lai in 2020 BMW. Unfortunately, these two have rolled through the beams. Again, if you're new, please let us know so we can get you in the right spot. Because at this point, you're way past the beam. So we're just going to get you to go. Tan Ming Yang in the 2020 Corvette going against Clayton Shiv, 21 Tesla Model 3. Again, unfortunately, could be a lack of communication here, no problem. But you won't get a time if you roll through the light like that, and we really need you guys to listen to our starter. So I know we have a lot of new racers here today, and we love that you're here. We just need you to ask if you don't know what's going on. You need to write an N on your vehicle. All right, it looks like we have someone in the trap down at the top end. I'm not sure what happened there. They've lost their brakes. Not sure exactly. So we are going to check that out and get him out of the sand trap. Interesting street legals tonight here. Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Big thanks to the Titanium Auto Group for sponsoring the Titanium's trip here at Mission Raceway, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. Be sure to join the Titanium Facebook group, and you could win cold, hard cash. Yeah, kind of interesting day today. Again, if you're a racer out of the last group, we'd love to have a little powwow, have a little meeting with you guys just to go over how exactly this works. If you know all those group of racers, please tell them to keep their eyes on Willie, the starter, because the name of the game is you pull up. Now there's staging bulbs. They're yellow. So what you want to do is go real slow up and light that first top bulb. And then the guy on the other side, he comes up and he lights his top bulb. And then you go back on the other side, light the second bulb. The other guy lights the second bulb. And then boom, 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 green, and you go. But unfortunately, if you roll through the beams, we can't give you a time. And we really do want to do that. So again, we're a left exiting racetrack. So there is an exit on the left-hand side. The left car will go first at the end there, at the top end. So again, I mean, if you're new here, that's great. Hey, we want you here. We love you. We love all of you guys. But please, let's write an N on the side if you're new, just so we can give you a few pointers. Just it keeps it a little safer up here for everybody, to be honest. So yeah, Friday Night Street Legal is brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Looks like we've got some blue Slurpees in the tower. Blue Slurpees, where did you get that from? Thanks for your patience here as we address the situation there at the sand trap at the top end. It's a great time to go get yourself a blue Slurpee at the concession stand. I've seen a couple roll in here. They look delicious. And I know that I'll be placing my order for the fries and gravy really, really soon. The concession stand is open for all your food and Slurpee needs, as well as the pro shop. I know they've got lots of great treats and ice cream, candy, all the yummy stuff there. And don't forget, if you're a new racer, please put an N on the side of your vehicle. If that last pass of yours didn't go so smoothly, we want to help you out. So please let us know at the start line that you need a hand, and we're absolutely there to help you. We want to make this the best racing experience possible. All right, while we have a minute, I just want to brag a little bit about the junior street racers. Now, junior street is only 9 years old. The NHRA started the junior street program. Yeah, just 9 years ago, folks. It's for young racers aged 13 to 16. Now, we often get asked, what does it take to run in junior street? Well, the answer is less than you would think. Racers need to be between 13 and 16 years old. They could run until their 17th birthday. Racers need a parent or guardian in the passenger seat with them when racing. And the best part, racers can use any old vehicle to race in. No special race cars necessary. In fact, Mom's minivan works just fine. After that, it's just a matter of filling out some paperwork and buying some helmets. It's that simple. We love that this class of bracket racing is a low barrier opportunity for youth to become familiar with the sport of bracket racing in a fun, safe, family-friendly environment. So if you need some more information on how to get your teen involved, join the Facebook page, Mission Raceway Junior Street, and they would love to hear from you. Now, we currently have a junior street gentleman, Tyler Smith, dominating that class. So we want to get some more juniors in there, you know, to hunt them down a little, give them a little bit of competition. That's right. We have a huge junior program here, actually. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning. We're all about the kids, folks. They are the future of racing. Our junior program here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway, a great way to get your kids involved in racing, bond with them as a family, and pretty much keep them out of trouble, folks. When they're racing, they don't have that screen in front of their face at all times. They're much more concerned about race cars and auto parts. Believe me, you're going to get a lot of chores done because they're just going to want that extra change for their race car. Get them hooked early, folks. Junior Street. Add them on Facebook and get some more information. Also like to thank a big sponsor of our junior classes. It's Peden Industries, and they are absolutely amazing. They're keeping drag racing alive with the new generation of racing kids, and no one has helped more than Neil Smith. Thanks to his supports, kids can now win cash prizes, and the program has grown from just 6 junior racers to over 30. Neil Smith is a car lover and a drag race lover like most of us here today, but he's also in the excavation business, helping farmers make better use of their land. So if you own property and want to clear out some trees to make some room for crops, or get some of your bushes turned into rich mulch for your soil, Neil is the guy to give him a call. And right now, if you mention drag racing, Neil will give you 5% off and match a donation to the junior program. So if you're looking to develop your land and you want to keep the kids on the track, call Neil for a free quote. Find him online at Peden Industries. Big thanks and a huge help to our junior program. And if you didn't know, you guys, we're giving away a Ford GT Mustang. It's a 2006 Ford Mustang. We're very excited to announce that in partnership with Titanium Auto Group, we're giving away a 2006 Ford Mustang GT to one lucky subscriber this summer. You know, it may be stock right now, but it won't be for long. And with the help of Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Wraps, and Mopac Auto Supplies, we're transforming this car into a street and strip cruiser capable of running some fast times on the Titanium Strip. So follow along on YouTube at MRP Lordco TV as we build the car and even show some tips and tricks to improve your quarter-mile time. So I can't wait to see how that Ford Mustang develops. And unfortunately, I can't win it because I need a race car, but you can. Right away. us know. Okay, so we've got that vehicle stuck at the bottom of the track. Now, if you have a tow truck or you know a friend that has a tow truck that is close by, we would love you to come to the tower and let us know, because we need to get that vehicle out of the way, and we're going to give it about 10 minutes, and then we're going to have to call our own tow truck. So if you know someone that has a tow truck, you own a tow truck, or they're very close by, to drag that thing out of the way, that would be great. Come to the tower and let us know. We'd really, really appreciate it. If not, we're going to have to call our own tow truck, and you know how that goes. Yeah, it sounds like he's really in there. So yeah, again, come to the tower if you have a tow truck, know someone that's really close by, because we can't do quarter-mile racing until that guy's out of here. So come on up to the tower if you can help us out. That would be absolutely amazing. All right, we've had a couple people come up to try to help us, so we really thank you so much. We are going to try to pull them out with a winch on a Jeep. So it's going to be about 20 minutes, I'll be totally honest with you. So this is probably a good time to go grab yourself something to eat or grab a drink. We have a lot of racing action yet to come. Not sure how the car ended up down there, but it is what it is. So again, we're going to take a few minutes while we get him out, and I'm going to come out there with the microphone, and I'm going to come say hi to some of you guys. So my name's Chrissy, and I'm going to come out there and see what you guys think. maybe talk to a few drivers. We'll see how it goes as long as the microphone lets me. So yeah, we'll see you in a few minutes. I'm coming out there. I was just informed that the BS Espresso is open. Barry and Shelly over there with the mini donuts, iced tea, lemonade, cappuccino, frappuccino, all the chinos, the iced chinos. I'm not a coffee drinker, so I don't really know what I'm talking about, but they look delicious. And they've got all sorts of whipped cream on top. So if that's your thing, get on over there. BS Espresso, grab yourself a cappuccino or whatever it's called and some mini donuts and enjoy. Just a little break in the action here while we get that car out of the sand trap. We'll be back to racing action soon, but I'm here in the pit area. I'm coming to talk to you. My name is Chrissy, so don't be scared. All right, looks like racing action is beginning again. I'll hightail it to the tower, but you know, none of these racers I went up to wanted to talk to me. I don't know. Come on, guys. All right, that was Tyrone in the 2022 BMW in the left lane, 11.27 at 122 for him. Here is Clayton from Coquitlam in the 2021 Tesla Model 3, going against Taylor R in the 93 Supra. Clayton at 11.53 at 117, and Taylor at 12.23 at 123. Anthony Walker in the TCS lane. He's from Maple Ridge, part of the Tunezilla crew, a 2017 Audi S3. Jashu Lee in the 2022 BMW in the Lordco lane. All right, there's some great racing action here. 10.62, 127 miles an hour for Anthony, and a 12.62 for Mr. Lee. Brad Broomfield from Kamloops, the 1978 Pontiac Phoenix, sponsored by Denko Auto and RV. Going against Bruce Sturks in the 69 Rambler from Langley. Big thanks to everybody that helped us out get that car out down at the Sand Trap. Thank you so much. And thank you to everybody that offered to help. We really appreciate it, folks. We just want to race around here. Brad with an 11.42 at 117 and Bruce a 16.09 at 84. It's Jen Stoutenberg from Maple Ridge. She is in the Malibu going against the Chevy truck in the far lane. A 14.51 at 95 miles an hour for the truck, and Jen a 15.41 at 89 with a 7. It's Mike Glockson from Victoria, 1969 Dodge Dart going against Chris Beardshaw, also from Victoria, 1969 Dodge Dart. Couple great looking cars there. 13.26 at 107 for Mike and a 15.15, 97.1 for Chris. Gary Butler here in the TCS lane going against Chase Cranmore in the 2000. Oh, both these guys are 2017 Chevy Camaro, so this is the ultimate 2017 Chevy Camaro battle. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Racers, got something to say. This is a left exit racetrack. That means the person on the left exits first. Chase with an 11.91 at 117, and Gary an 11.80 at 112, or 122, sorry. I'm all flustered, you guys. It's the left car has to exit first, okay? It doesn't matter who's winning. It's the left car. So thank you. Have a nice day. Josh M in the left lane going against Joseph Lowen in the Raven. Couple Fox Body Mustangs racing down the track. Josh in the TCS lane is in that LS swap Mustang. But this time it's going to Joseph at 12 even at 114 with a 4. Josh with a 12.15 at 117. Great racing action here at Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Matt Dawson in the 92 Chevy S10 going against Sean Mercer in that 2019 Camaro. Sean's from Abbotsford and Matt is from Mission. Sean Mercer taking this round at 12.92 at 108 with an 8. Matt 14.07 at 101. Rover 2012 Camaro going against Owen LeBert. Not sure, but in the 2019 Ford. So it's a Chevy versus Ford battle here. And it looks like the Ford is taking it this time. Owen at 11.89 at 120. Garrett 14.67 at 68 miles an hour. So he definitely let out of it there after the 1,000-foot. It's Cyrus Safri, the 99 Buick. It's going against the old Ford truck. Okay, just a reminder, racers, that you can hang that left at the safety exit. You don't have to go all the way down the track, okay? So I see one guy turning and one guy going all the way down, so we don't want you to end up in the sand trap or anything crazy. So please, you can take that first left. Is Cassidy in the TCS lane, 2005 GT Mustang going against the Dodge in the Lordco lane. Lordco lane a 14.04 at 100 miles an hour, and Cassidy a 14.71 at 95 with a 4. It's Stuart Sharon in the 1979 Monte Carlo going against Emmanuel Sansini from Victoria, 1985 Cutlass running a 350. They're great looking cars, aren't they? I'm thinking, you know, like, what are those called? Grand Ams? I think I need a race car like that. Awesome. Stewart a 14.76, Emmanuel a 15.64. It's Brendan Piskasek from Burnaby in the 1990 Ford, part of Motoring Canada with Thomas, going against Jeff Hartman in the 1989 Mustang Fox Body. Now, this is one of those guys that named his car. My other ride is, no. Jeff Hartman, a 12.56, 112 with a 7. Brendan, a 13.53, 100 miles an hour even. Zelko Ruzic here in the 1989 GMC beautiful square body going against Skyler in the 2017 Dodge Charger. Well, it's not often you see a beautiful square body like that on the racetrack. 14.37, 98 miles an hour for Zelko, and a 12.89 at 110 for Skyler. Ford truck in the TCS lane going against that 2022 Mitsubishi. No, a Mach-E. It's a Ford Mach-E. Never heard of it, but interesting. Close race, too. Electric vehicles, wow. 13.73 to the Mach-E. 14.10 in the TCS lane. They'll sneak up on you, those guys. Dustin Downing, 2018 Mustang GT going against Lauren Stewart from Poco. Mustang versus Mustang here, new versus old. A little puff of smoke out of that GT. 14.23 at 113 for Dustin. Lauren, a 14.11 at 105. Lucas McCracken, 2002 Chevy truck going against Chris Parks in his 2022 GMC. And whoa, looks like we've got some coal rolling in the Lordco lane. I love it. As a former truck driver, yeah, let's roll some coal. 12.41 for Lucas McCracken, rolling coal on down the titanium strip. And Chris, a 14.03 at 96. Next up, we've got Battle Corvette. Tim Wong from Richmond, 2015 Corvette, going against Harry Witter from Poco in his Corvette. So awesome. Tim Wong with an 11.91, 124 miles an hour, and a 13.01 at 118 for Harry. I'll bring my Corvette just after I win the Lotto Max. How about that for next week? Ken Ritchie in the Lordco lane in the 85 Blazers going against Dean Doucette in that 64 GTO. Ken Ritchie, another one of those shy guys that wouldn't talk to me. 13.16 at 105 even. And Dean, a 14, even at 100 miles an hour. AJ Sandu here in the TCS lane in the 2019 Camaro. He is from Delta. Going against Ethan Amarell in the 2019 Tesla he calls Slingshot. AJ's trying to chase him down, but hey man, that's a Tesla. 13.24 at 104 with a 6 for Ethan and the Tesla. 12.83 at 120, but with a 1.03 reaction time for AJ. He's going to have to clean that one up. Andy Ruka here from Maple Ridge going against CJ Hookham from Mission. 2010 Dodge running a 345 Hemi. Wish I had Andy Ruka's details. It says that he's racing an F-150. Currently is not the situation. Hillard Tofanchi from Vancouver in the 2003 Cobra going against our friend Yuta Mooney from Coquitlam in the 1999 Ford. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I'm not sure why I have to say this, but please, racers, you need to stay in your own lane at the end of the track, okay? You can't just pull into the other lane. So please, if you don't mind, you can take that first left, but please stay in your own lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Outlaws to lanes 1 through 4, please? Outlaws, we need you to the lanes 1 through 4. Hillard with a 13.12 at 109 with a 9, and Utah a 19.08, 68 miles an hour, just having a great old time out there. You know, one day I'm going to race Utah, but he's probably going to get me on the light. But I'm in a Toyota Corolla, and I'm telling you, I'm going to take it out of eco. If I take it out of economy, you guys better watch out. I know. I should have bought a VW because, you know, you can chip them and map them and do all these crazy things the kids are doing these days. Bad decisions. Got a Dodge Power in the TCS lane going against Nathan Sheen from Maple Ridge in the Lordco lane. Wow, a 12.25 for Nathan there, 113 with a 7, just hauling in the Lordco lane. A 12.83 at 112 for the TCS lane. Here's another one of my great friends that have one of those crazy last names, and you know what? He actually spelled it out for me. So here it is, Benjamin Ohanessian. Beautiful. 2019 Tesla going against Kurt Northup from Chilliwack. 2020 Ford, sponsored by Southdown Garage. Looks like a solo pass for Kurt Northup. All right, just backing Benjamin out after I pronounced his last name so awesomely. I'm not sure what's up. Maybe I didn't pronounce it properly. Here comes Kai Jessamine. Now, all the people in the pit said that guy will talk. That guy's Kai Jessamine. So I'm going to go after him next time. Kai Jessamine in the orange 1980 K5 Blazer going against Kevin Major from Burnaby in his 1990 S10. He's packing an LS motor. Kai Jessamine in the TCS lane going against Kevin Major. LS Power taking it this time. Kevin Major at 12:09 at 113. Kai Jessamine at 14.06 at 97 miles an hour. Okay, it's not Benjamin Ohanassian. It's a lady racer in the 2019 Tesla. All right, girlfriend, straight down the groove. A 14.65, 74 miles an hour for the Tesla. It's Dave Pratt from Pitt Meadows, 1969 Camaro with a 406 small block Chev going against John Cullinch in a 1969 Camaro as well. 69 Camaro battle, wheel spin from the line, but look at them as they get traction. Neck and neck at the 330, and then, oh my goodness, John pulling away after the 8th mile at 12.51, and Dave with a 13.07. Wow. Double 69 Camaros. The dream car. Beautiful. All right, our track official just heading down to check something out on the track. So what do you think, you guys? Are you guys having fun? Give me a wave so I can see ya. Awesome. Mopac Friday Night Street Legals here, racing what you brought. So glad to see you all out here tonight. Beautiful evening, not as hot as our last few Street Legals. Boy, oh boy, was it ever a hot July. But unlike last year, I mean, we had so much rain, we didn't even start our season till June. So we've been very blessed to have all of our Street Legals run except for one. And so glad to have you out here today, as well as everyone on the live stream. How you doing, folks? What a beautiful sunset it is on the live stream. The yellows are really coming out on the screen. So hope to see all you live stream folks down here in 1 week today, Friday, where we do it all again. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. This is the last call for Outlaws. Please, Outlaws, we need you to the lanes. Just doing a little track prep here before we carry on into our outlaw class. Our next big race coming up August 24th to 27th is Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco. It's the big one, folks. Be sure that you're planning your weekend around Mission Raceway for that race. Wow, it's going to be amazing. Of course, the fire and smoke portion, jet cars. Wish I had a big paper here with all of the information, but I don't. But I know that it's an amazing, amazing race. Everybody shows up to that one. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, August 24th to 27th. Of course, the Mission Finals is September the 22nd to 25th. And oh yeah, the Fraser Valley Drag Boats having their boat races, 2-day race this year for their second race, September 16th and 17th. That's going to be something there in the mighty Fraser River, having some boat racing action. Just making sure the track is good to go here before we run our next class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Mopac Auto Supplies has been serving the high-performance industry for over 50 years. From their modest store on Kingsway in Vancouver back in 1973, which is 50 years ago, since I was born in 1973, to our 3 superstore locations that they have today. They've always been in the forefront of the performance industry. And by the way, did you know their Langley, BC location has a full-service installation facility, including a 2,000-plus horsepower chassis dyno. They can supply, install, and give you your test results on any performance modifications to make your vehicle all it can be. So Mopac Auto Supply, and tell them Mission Raceway sent you. So happy that they sponsor us here at the Friday Night Street Legal so we can make it happen. Just spraying a little lane choice traction compound, the VP lane choice traction compound system, representing the most advanced technology in traction. VP's top performing compound is LC7, which is effective across the widest range of temperatures on any compound on the market. It delivers optimum performance with track temperatures from 30 to 150 degrees Fahrenheit. So that is what they are spraying there on the track, the sticky stuff. And we're just about to get underway here with our next class. Lots of racing action yet to go, folks. Big thanks for everybody coming out here, and thanks for your patience while we get the race rolling again into our outlaw class. All right, this is Brian Kropp here from Surrey in his 2018 VW All-Track, part of the Tunezilla crew. Going against Mike Enns, the Crown Door, and Rod's Hot Rod 2002 Ford Canada's fastest street legal super crew is here, according to the Facebook page. Brian Kropp in the TCS lane. Mike Enns packing the laundry there in the Lordco lane. There we go. A 10.4, 131 with a 3 for Mike Enns, and 11.42 and 118 for Brian. Everett Heath in the Lordco lane, 1972 Nova. He's from Maple Ridge. Going against Raz Van Desan, the 1996 VW Golf, part of Team All Race. And this car is fast. Big liftoff, checking the weather there for Everett Heath. Wow. And Razvan just rocketing down the track at 10.14 for Razvan, 148 miles an hour, folks. And Everett kissing the sky at 11.08 at 127 with an 8. Dan Gray coming up here in his green 1983 Ford truck, packing a 460. He's from Maple Ridge, going against Clayton Schultz in the 2019 Dodge with a 392 Hemi, and he's from Coquitlam. Dan Gray in the TCS lane, going against Clayton Schultz in the Lordco lane. All right, the red lights go on, means there's a situation on the track, so our track officials are going to go and check out what is going on. Looks like there may be a little oil down on the track. Wow. We're going to go check it out, because of course we can't have that happening. We're going to back these vehicles out and get our equipment on the track to clean that up. Our very own safety safari, if you'd like to call it that. If you're a fan of NHRA TV, or if you've been to the big national events, that's what they call their crew, the safety safari. And of course, we have the best track officials on the West Coast here. Big shout out to all of these guys working so hard on the track. We're going to go check out what the situation is. Just a reminder that the beautiful donut BS coffee shop, where's my sheet? BS Espresso. See, I'm not a coffee drinker, but espresso, that's the stuff that's like Red Bull. Pretty sure. Maybe I need to start drinking espresso. I don't know. Ditch these rock stars and go down the espresso road. Anyway, mini donuts, iced tea, lemonade, Milano special roast, espresso cappuccino, mocha latte, frappuccino. If you know what these things mean, they have them there right behind the grandstand. That's at the BS Espresso. It's Barry and Shelley, by the way. Go say hi for me and get yourself some mini donuts and some nice iced coffee. All right, looks like our track officials have a little cleanup to do down at the track. Thank you so much for your patience. Of course, anything can happen here. When you are drag racing, it's definitely not something we love. It's just a thing that happens. So our track officials are very efficient. It won't take them long at all to get that track cleaned up. So glad you're here with us. And just a reminder, if you're on the other side, the parking lot side, you are welcome to come on down over to this side and say hello. not very scary on this side. No one's going to bite you, but you can come get a drink or one of those frappuccinos or mini donuts. As well as going to the pro shop, you know, they've got those freezies, ice cream, candies. I know there's some kids over there that would love to have some of those right about now. So you're welcome to come on over if you'd like. Enjoy everything that we have on this side. And we'll be getting underway shortly. All right, folks, it's bad news when you see the scrubber heading down the track. I've been informed it's probably going to be around 20 minutes to half an hour delay. Unfortunately, these things happen. Our track officials are on it, and they're going to clean up that track as soon as possible. Just wanted to let you know first what is going on. We definitely hope you stick around. There's a lot more racing action to come. It's only 8:30, folks. We race until the dew sets in. If you got to head out, we understand. And thank you so much, though, for spending your Friday night with us here at the Mopac Friday Night Street Legals. It's always great to see everyone, as well as all the kids coming out. It's great to see that. But of course, we have to clean the oil up off the track. We have our outlaws yet to run here and our motorcycles, and it's super important there's no oil on the track for the next two classes. So we apologize and we thank you so much for your patience. We're going to get underway as soon as possible. We'll keep you updated, but in the meantime, I'm coming down there. Now, I think I need to talk to some of these motorcycle friends down there. Hopefully some of them are talkative. So I'm going to head out and roam around. I might even talk to some of you spectators. So if you see an old lady with a microphone come up to you, don't be shy. I won't bite you. I just want to talk. All right, standing here in the staging lanes, talking to a couple racers, motorcycle racers, father and son, actually. I'm here with Charles Leake and his dad there, Chris Leake. Now, what I'm noticing here is something different. Whose bike are you on?
I'm on my dad's.
So you swap bikes with your dad, eh?
Yes.
So who do you think's going to win in the next race, you or dad?
Him, because his bike's faster.
All right, he's betting on dad, but you never know. So that's Charles and Chris Leake here in the staging lanes in the motorcycle class. I can't wait to see what happens. Out here at the concession stand, come on down and get yourself some food. I just grabbed myself some fries and gravy. Absolutely delicious. How's the food, everybody? I've got some nods. Everybody's like, no. Oh. My mic is failing. Looks like we're back to racing action here. I'm just making my way up to the tower. Thanks for your patience, everybody. We really appreciate it. Back underway, the Friday Night Street Legal is brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Back to our Outlaw class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Malaya Basile from Coquitlam, 2018 Audi, going against Lucas Taggart in the 2018 Dodge Demon. Lucas with a 10.66 at 129 miles an hour. And Malaya 10.15 at 133. Great passes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Racers, please turn your headlights on while racing. It's getting to that time of night. Please turn your headlights on. Mark Swan from Abbey, 2006 GMC Sierra, sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts and VDG Construction. Going against the white Mustang in the other lane. Spooling up the big bad diesel and rolling coal down the track. Look at him go. Mark Swan a 9.90, 137 with a 3. Wow, and the Mustang at 11.09 at 132. John Verbeek in the 1978 Malibu in the TCS lane. He's from Aldergrove going against Jeffrey Bellman in the 1968 Cougar. He's from Chilliwack running a 363 Ford engine. bit near the top end. He takes it 11.47 at 103. John Furbeeka, 15.33 at 55, letting out just after the 8th mile there. Dallas Metters from Sydney on the island, 1986 Fox Body Mustang, going against Chris Butler in his 2015 Chevy he calls Nasty Redhead. Some problems getting out of the groove for Chris Butler in the Camaro. Using all sorts of real estate there. Dallas a 10.73 at 123 versus a 10.85 at 140 miles an hour for Chris Butler. Joel Smith coming up next in the TCS lane in the Zapstrap Racing Jerry's OK Tire 71 Pontiac, going against Bobby Ehlers in the 1989 Ford Fox Body Mustang. He's from Maple Ridge. Joel Smith, the father of Tyler Smith, the leader in the junior street class currently, going against Bobby Ehlers. Nice liftoff for Joel, chasing Bobby down. But he can't do it. Very close, a 10.38 for Bobby, a 10.43 for Joel. Side-by-side racing action here on the titanium strip at Mission Raceway. Jared Balfour in the 2015 Dodge. He's from Chilliwack, going against the Corvette in the Lordco lane. Big launch for Jared there, and the Corvette having some problems in the Lordco lane. Letting out of that. A 9.89 at 142 with a 5 for Jared Balfour. Great pass, folks. At 18.65 for the Corvette, having some problems. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lanes, please? Sports Compact to the lanes. We've got Jingsy Wang here in the TCS lane in the 2019 TTRS, and he was going against John Cussman in the 2016 Corvette. And whoa, look at this, folks. A 10.08 for John, a 10.00, but the reaction time of Jingsy was a 0.83. It goes to John. So super close racing action here on the titanium strip. I'm hoping those two line up again. Wow. Robert McLean solo pass 2018 Camaro. He's from Burnaby. $11.23 at 126 with a 4. Rolling into motorcycle class now, sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Our first two bikes in the motorcycle class. Wow. 9.45, 149 miles an hour in the TCS lane, a 10.26 at 132 with a 6 in the Lordco lane. Just a reminder, racers, be sure to turn your headlights on before you head down the track. We need you to have your headlights on, please. Keith Smith in the Lordco lane, racing that 2001 Harley Davidson. He's from Maple Ridge. I asked him what it's like to race that big old Harley. He said it's pretty darn cool. 12.57 at 106 with an 8 for Keith Schmidt, and a 13.61 at 94 miles an hour in the TCS lane. Cia Knowles on the Harley on the TCS lane, going against Chris Rathy from Abbotsford. He's racing that ZX-10R in the Lordco lane. Going against the Harley in the TCS lane. .12, 130 with a 3 for Chris Rathy. Cia Knowles at 12.16 at 116. Here comes Paul Sadar from Chilliwack on the Mass Cycle Service 2005 Suzuki GSXR, going against Ken Christensen on the 2012 Kawasaki. He's from Coquitlam. Wow, Paul Sadar must have really warmed up that rear tire. A 9.98, 139 miles an hour. A 10.74 at 141 for Ken Christensen. All right, here we go as the father and son racing team. They swapped bikes here. You can see that Charles is racing his dad's bike. So it's Charles Leake versus Chris Leake right now. We've got Dad on the green bike on the Kawasaki, and we've got Chris on the Suzuki. So here we go. We talked to him earlier in the pits. Dad having a great pass on his son's bike, a 10.11, 142 with a 9. Versus a 12.36, 117 for son Charles. Corey Craig coming up here in the TCS lane. He's riding the Hayabusa. Calls it Corey Stereo. And I actually know Corey from years and years ago. We used to mud race together. Corey's going against Darren Bauman from Mission. Corey getting a little wiggly there and then pulling a wheelie at around half track. Wow, hanging on to it. What a racer, an 8.89, 119, having to let go. And Darren, a 9.30 at 141. Wow. I was talking to Corey in the pits, and he was saying he does a top speed of 176 miles an hour. And, you know, earlier he did a 174. He told me in the U.S. he did a pass, and he did 194 miles an hour. So lots left in that bike, but glad he could hang on to it. Moving now into Sports Compact. Sports Compact brought to you by Racing Greed. Carlo Cruz in the TCS lane, a 2013 Scion. Going against a Nissan on the other side, we're guessing. A new Altima. Anna knows all the cars. She's absolutely amazing. I couldn't even do my job without Anna. Thanks, Anna. Love you too. Carlos with a 15.27, 89 miles an hour, and the Lordco lane a 17.76 for that Nissan, 80 miles an hour. Luke Sever here in the TCS lane, 2008 Golf R. He's from Maple Ridge, going against Sean Verwood in the 2015 VW. $12.55 at 106 with a 9 for Luke Sever, and Sean with a 15.09 at 95 miles an hour. All right, it's Battle Audi here. Audi in the TCS lane going against Christy Larson in the Lordco lane from Abbotsford in her 2016 Audi. Lots of racing action yet to come here, folks. The Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. An 11.80 at 116 for the TCS lane, and Christy Larson at 11.49 at 118. Nathan Vrend on the tower side, a 2021 Nissan. He's from Maple Ridge and calls his car Envious. It's going against Tommy Vaughn in that 2012 GTR. Look at that GTR. They're trying to hunt him down, but no, not this time. Not with a 1.7 second reaction time. 10.36 at 137 with a 1 for Nathan Vrend. Great pass. And that 10.25 at 119. But that 1.7 second reaction time for Tommy's not going to cut it. BMW in the TCS lane. Going against Bill Schwartz in his 2021 AMG Mercedes. $11.58 at 121 for the TCS lane, and $12.59 at 110 for Bill Schwartz. All right, I'm pretty sure that's a VW Rabbit. The TCS lane going against Taylor in the 93 Supra. Could be a Cabaret. I don't know. That's old school, though, I'm telling you. When I was young, those were all over the place. Yep. 12.08 for Taylor in the Supra, and a 15.24 for the VW. Honda Civic in the TCS lane going against Adam Blender from Surrey in his 2023 VW, the Snot Rocket. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get domestics to the lanes 1 through 4, please? Domestics to the lanes 1 through 4. $13.61 for the Civic and a 14.09 for Adam. Tyler Franzen in the 2001 Acura Integra. Going against another Honda Civic. Lordco Lane, a 14.35, 98 miles an hour. Tyron, a 15.59 at 90 miles an hour. Jashu Lai driving his 2022 BMW, going against Max Lai in his 2020 BMW. All right, TCS Lane at 12.61 at 107, and Max at 11.57 at 121. We've got Peter Lowe in his 2016 BMW in the TCS Lane, going against Anthony Walker in his 2017 Audi, part of the Tunezilla crew. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, folks. Just want to let you know that if you are racing with a passenger, that passenger has to be over 16 years old. And if you're faster than 14 seconds, you can't have a passenger. All right, so we can't have underage passengers. They have to be 16, folks. And for safety reasons, if you're faster than 14 seconds, you need to be racing alone. Lordco Lane at 11.14, 124 with a 4 for Tyrone, and 13.69 at 100 miles an hour in the TCS lane. All right, it's just taken us a moment to read these car numbers. It is getting dark for us up here in the tower. That's why we love it when your numbers are big and bold and beautiful so we can see them. All right, looks like it's a Corvette BMW battle here. Hadchi Dong in the 2022 BMW in the TCS lane. We've got all sorts of new racers here with us tonight. So great to have them out here. Don't forget, if you need a little hand on the start line, just write an N on the side of your vehicle or roll your window down and go, "Hey, Willie, I need a hand over here." Hadji an 11.18 and 11.80 for the Corvette. So close racing action there. Jianpeng Li in the 2001 Porsche in the Lordco lane. .46, 118 with a 9 in the TCS lane, and 11.82 at 117 for Jianpeng. Andy Chen from Delta in the 2015 BMW. Going against the Mercedes in the Lordco lane. Smoking the tires there for Andy Chen in the BMW, but look at him chasing that Mercedes down, and can he do it? No. The Mercedes at 13.34 at 106, and Andy Chen at 13.68. But having that reaction time made the difference. Actually, both of those drivers with a 1 in front of their reaction time. So very interesting. Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply. So glad to have all of you out here with us today on this fine Friday evening. So good to see you, and shout out to everybody on the live stream. We hope to see you in person perhaps next Friday at our next Mopac Friday Night Street Legals. Ashen Deep Sadu 2016 BMW 340i in the TCS lane. Looks like a solo pass. Nice pass right down the groove. Ashen Deep at 11.53 at 116 miles an hour. Next up, we have Skyler in the TCS lane, a 2017 Dodge Charger going against Sean Mercer from Abbotsford. He's racing a 2019 Camaro. Sean Mercer hugging the center line for a moment there and coming out of it. 12.90 at 107 miles an hour for Skyler, a 16.47 for Sean, having some trouble there. Brad Bloomfield from Kamloops on the Denko Auto and RV 78 Pontiac Phoenix, going against Gary Butler in the 2017 Camaro. Gary Butler trying to catch up almost, but not quite. Brad Bloomfield taken at 11.41 at 117. 16.68 at 122 for Gary Butler. Next up, it's Stuart Sharon in the 79 Monte Carlo going against Kevin Major from Burnaby in that 90 Chevy S10 packing the LS. Kevin Major with that LS-powered S10 at 11.99 at 114. Stuart Sharon at 14.16 at 97 miles an hour. Carrying on here in the domestic class at Friday Night Street Legals, it's Matt Dawson in the TCS lane, 92 Chevy S10. Going against Joss M in that 93 Fox Body Mustang. That's another LS swap Mustang right there. Josh driving a 12.21 at 117 and a 13.94 at 101 with a 4 for Matt Dawson. Dodge Challenger in the Lordco lane going against the Ford F-150 truck on the TCS side. $12.57 at 118 in the Lordco lane, 13.91 at 95 in the TCS lane for the Ford truck. Here's that square-bodied 82 Chevy truck running a 454 at Zelko Ruzick, going against Mike Glotzen from Victoria in the 1969 Dodge Dart. Tire spin all the way for that square-body Chevy, just can't hook it up. $13.65 at 106 with a 9 for Mike, and an 18.03 for Zelko, having a hard time in that beautiful square-body truck. Chris Parks, 2022 GMC truck, going against Brandon Langwis in that 2022 Ford Mach-E. So that is an electric-powered vehicle. All right, this is a race right here. That truck giving that electric vehicle a run for his money. Who will it be? It's the Mach-E, the electric Ford, 13.73 at 101. Chris Parks, a 13.88 at 96. Here's Cyrus Safari in the 99 Buick going against AJ Sadu from Delta in the 2019 Camaro. AJ Sadu, a 13.48, 110, and Cyrus, a 14.44 at 95 miles an hour. Keely Baumgartner going against Chris Beardshaw. It's Keely in the old Ford truck, a 66 F100. And Chris Beardshaw in his 1969 Dodge Dart from Victoria. $13.82 for Chris, $13.87 for Keely. Great racing action here at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip. C6 Vet versus C7 Vet. It's Harry Witter from Poco in the yellow Vet and Tim Wong in the Lordco lane. And look at him go. Wow, Corvette racing action here. It's going to Tim Wong at 12.11 at 123 miles an hour. Harry with a 13 even at 114 with a 9. Next up in the domestic class, it's Kurt Northup from Chilliwack in the South Down Garage 2020 Ford going against Jeff Hartman in the 1989 Mustang. Brake lights on early for Kurt Northup there. A 15.11, something definitely going wrong for him after the 1,000 foot. A 12.40 for Jeff Hartman at 112. Lucas McCracken. 2002 Chevy truck. Do you believe he's a coal roller? Going against Emmanuel Sansini in the 1985 Cutlass. He's from Victoria. All sorts of power in that Chevy diesel-powered truck. Rolling coal all the way down the track. 12.31 at 110 for Lucas. And Emmanuel, a 15.65, 89 miles an hour. Nathan Sheen from Maple Ridge in the TCS lane going against Lauren Stewart from Poco. Lauren Stewart, a 14.01 at 105, and Nathan, 11.98 at 115. It's Brendan Piskasek from Burnaby in the 1990 Ford, part of Motoring Canada with Thomas, going against CJ Hookham from Mission, the 2010 Dodge Hemi-powered Challenger. Close racing action here, 13.05 versus 13.51. Kai Jessamine in the TCS lane, 1980 K5 Blazer. Both these drivers from Surrey, Ken Ritchie in the Lordco lane in his 1985 Blazer. Ken Ritchie running a 12.86 at 107, and Kai a 14.05 at 97 with a 4. In the TCS lane, we have Joseph Lowen from Aldergrove, BC, driving that 1991 Fox Body Mustang called Raven, going against Chase Cranmore from Surrey. He's racing his 2017 Chevy Camaro. That Camaro just coming after Joseph, and he does it, gets around him. Looks like a problem after the 1,000 foot for Joseph, and he lets out an 11.92 at 117 with a 6 for Chase Cranmore. Cassidy in the 2005 GT Mustang going against the Dodge in the Lordco lane. A 14.02 at 100 miles an hour for the Lordco lane, and Cassidy a 15.74. It's Ethan Armorell in the 2019 Tesla called Slingshot going against Benjamin Ohannesine. Now, it could be Benjamin, but he does have a lady racing with him. Not sure if it's Mrs. Ohannesine. I don't want to get it incorrect. But here we go, Tesla versus Tesla. Shh, be quiet. The Teslas are racing. Shh. $13.26 at 103 with a 2 for Ethan. Benjamin a 14.22 at 88 miles an hour. They were neck and neck, folks, at the 1,000-foot mark. Chelsea Christensen in the 2000 Ford in the Lordco lane going against Yuta Mooney from Coquitlam in the 99 Ford. Ford battle here on the Titanium Strip at the Mission Raceway. All right, a few last minute pointers from Willie to Chelsea. Just waiting for the bulbs. Both the bulbs lit. Green means go. Go, girlfriend. Great pass, although I saw a lot of brake lights, a little more for my comfort there. 15.02 and 48 miles an hour, so definitely she slowed down. So Ken, let her know. An 18.60, 71 miles an hour for Utah. Owen Lebrec, 2019 Ford Mustang, that is. Nice pass for him, straight down the center. 11.66, 122 with an 8. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaws, you are on standby, please. Outlaw, you are on standby. It's time to do a little bit of track prep before we get into our outlaw class. Thank you so much for spending your evening with us here at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies here on the Titanium Strip. Big thanks to the Titanium Auto Group for sponsoring the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. The Titanium Auto Group is your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. And again, you're going to want to join their Facebook group because they're the ones giving away the cool hard cash. Cashola, folks, and free tickets to Mission Raceway. Big thanks to Valley Tech Production for all of your help. They are amazing, helping us with our sound, video, our Lordco TV, just about everything. Not sure what we would do without them. Big thanks to Valley Tech Production and a shout out to everyone on our live stream. Hey guys, hope to see you down here and see your smiling faces in person. Maybe next Friday, because that's when our next Friday night Street Legals is. August 18th, a week from today, folks. And don't forget, we've got Smoke, Fire, and Thunder presented by Lordco Auto Parts, and that is August the 24th to the 27th. I just had our fellow announcer, Cole Sorensen, up in the tower, and he'll be announcing with me on Friday and Saturday. He's absolutely amazing, a world-famous announcer. Can't wait to have him up here and teach me a thing or two. So we're just going to do a little track prep at the moment. We'll get back to racing action here momentarily. Outlaws, you are on standby. And Outlaw class sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. So we'll get back to racing action shortly. Here at the Friday Night Street Legals, lots of racing to get to come. It's only 9:30, folks. All right, time to get back to racing action here at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Big shout out to everybody that's still with us here this evening. Woohoo! More racing action here right now. Moving into our Outlaw class. Outlaw. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaws, please make your way to the lanes, please. Outlaw, if you're not already in the lanes, please make your way over to the lanes. We got that white Mustang in the Lordco lane going against Lucas Taggart in the 2018 Dodge Demon. Looks like Lucas has got that Dodge Demon figured out. 10.56 at 129 with an 8 for Lucas, then an 11 even at 133 for that white Mustang. John Cussman in white Cocoa, that 2016 Corvette, going against Clayton Schultz. 2016 Hemi-powered Dodge, running a 392. John Cussman, I think that's his best pass of the evening. A 9.94, 141 miles an hour. Clayton Schultz, a 13.67, 69 miles an hour. Brian Kropp in the TCS lane, 2018 VW All-Track, part of the Tunezilla crew, going against Dan Gray from Maple Ridge. 1983 Ford, running a 460 in that truck. Nice launch for Dan Gray, having no problems there. Wow, giving Brian a run for his money. And he takes it, Dan Gray, at 11.92, 112 with the better reaction time. He's taking it this time. He's going to be happy with that pass. The Dodge here, that Audi's chasing him down. Can he get around him? Oh no, that Dodge said see you later. That was Jared Balfour at 9.80. 143 miles an hour, and Lordco lane a 999 at 142. Joel Smith here in the TCS side. In the Zapstrap Racing, Jerry's OK Tire 71 Pontiac. He is from Abbotsford. He's going against Mike Enns in the Crown Door and Rod's Hot Rod 2002 Ford. Mike just getting back from Seattle, the Northwest Nationals, where he had some fun touring around with the NHRA in Fox. He is also one of the fastest street legal trucks around. He keeps having problems blowing head gaskets and blowing heads, having all sorts of problems, but he's finally got it figured out. And here we go, great racing action. Looks like he's got it figured out some now at 10.26 at 133 with a 1 at 11.69 for Joel at 95 miles an hour. Yeah, Mike Enns, you know, he travels along in that drag and drive. It's that one that the race cars, they drive around and they do 4 tracks within 5 days. I think it was 2,000 kilometers, and it's a pretty cool thing that he participates in, and he's in all sorts of stuff, that Mike Enns. Here's Chris Butler in the 2015 Chevy going against Dallas in the Mustang, and look at Chris Butler just flying all over the track there, using all the real estate, finally gets a handle on it. Dallas Metters at 10.92 at 121 with a 1, and Chris at 11.73. Mark Swan in his 2006 GMC Sierra Diesel, sponsored by Lordco and VDG Construction, going against Randy Mitchell in his 2020 Chevy Camaro. Outlaw class here, the Friday Night Street Legals. Mark spooling up the turbo in that coal roller. Unfortunately, no time for him, and he is doing a little fishtailing. Rolled the beam, so no time for Mark, but Randy Mitchell at 10.68 at 135 with a 7. Malaya Basile, solo pass here for her. She's from Coquitlam in the 2018 Audi RS3. Wow, a great pass for Malaya. 10.23, 133 miles an hour. Great job, girlfriend. Been watching her get faster and faster all night. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lanes, please? Sports Compact to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Here we are rolling back into the motorcycle class, sponsored by Mountain View Harley-Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. We've got that father-son team again, Chris Leake versus Charles Leake. Looks like Charles back on his own bike there on the Kawasaki in the Lordco lane. These are a father and son racing team, and they just keep swapping bikes back and forth, so that's pretty cool. So son Charles at 10.67 at 139 with an 8, and Chris the dad at 11.90 at 122. Next up in our motorcycle class, it's Chris Rathy on the tower side going against Ken Christensen on his 2012 Kawasaki. Ken's from Coquitlam, Chris is from Abbotsford. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lanes, please? Sports Compact, make your way to the lanes, please. A 10.50 for Ken Christensen and 11.02 for Chris Rathy. And next up is Keith Schmidt in the 2001 Harley-Davidson. Keith is from Maple Ridge. And it is a Beautiful Harley Davidson, I must add. I was speaking with him in the pits. He's really having a great time here racing his bike. Really enjoyed having a whole lot of motorcycles here. 12.41 at 108 with a 6 for Keith Schmidt. Don't forget, if you have a Harley Davidson and you'd like to find out how fast it goes, bring it on down to the Friday Night Street Legals. There's one a week from today. Corey Craig going against Ralph Stu. Corey is in the TCS lane on his bike called Corey Stereo. .20, 165 miles an hour for Corey Craig on his Hayabusa. And Ralph Stu a 9.76, 137 with a 6. Moving into sports compact now, Luke Sever in his 2018 Golf R. He's from Maple Ridge, going against Adam Blender. He's from Surrey in the 2023 VW he calls the Snot Rocket. Luke Sever taking this pass at 12.46, 108 with a 2. Adam Blender a 14.03 at 104. Nathan Vrend in the 2021 Nissan GTR in the Lordco lane. Going against the Audi in the TCS lane. And whoa, look at that, getting passed by that GTR. Nathan said hello and goodbye. 10.34 at 137 miles an hour. And the Audi at 11.81 at 116. Cole Hunnick in the 1993 Honda Civic going against Taylor in the 93 Supra. All right, it was a strong start for the Supra, then a little misshift, and he lets off in the top end, a 13.92 for Cole, and Taylor a 15.47. You can tell that Supra has a lot of power behind it. I'm sure Taylor will harness that power soon. Mercedes in the TCS lane going against Max Lai, a 2020 BMW. Max sleeping a little bit at the line with a 2.3 second reaction time, so it's going to the TCS lane. The Mercedes a 12.66 versus an 11.55 at 121 with a 6 for Max. Haji Dong, 2022 BMW in the TCS lane going against Tyrone in his 2022 BMW. So here we are, the ultimate BMW race. Okay, so after a little word from our starter, we have both cars up here. Strong start for Tyrone, but it looks like Hadji is trying to run him down. Will he be able to do it? No. 12.25 for Tyrone. Hadji at 12.29. So super close racing action there. But the reaction time got him. BMW in the TCS lane going against Anthony Walker, part of the Tunezilla program in his 2017 Audi S3. A 10.86 for Anthony and a 13.59 in the TCS lane. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get domestic to the lanes, please? All domestics to the lane. Andy Chen, 2015 BMW versus Owen McKinnon in his 81 Rabbit. $11.92 at 122 with an 8 for Andy Chen, and Owen McKinnon a 15.69 at 92. Zhenpeng Li in the 2021 Porsche in the TCS lane. Oh, looks like he might have stalled it. Going against Tao, the 2019. Not sure what it was, sorry. An 11.33 at 122 with a 7 for Dow, and Zhenpeng a 15.38 at 117. All right, the red lights are flashing means we're checking out the track. Little bit of track prep perhaps, not sure, but we'll be moving on into domestic class next after Sports Compact. Big thanks for everyone hanging out with us here tonight till the bitter end. You are super fans. Thanks for being here. More racing action to come. If you're heading out, thank you so much for being a part of our Friday evening. We really appreciate you. Be sure to mind the speed on your way out. Of course, it's coasting through the pits, folks. So we hope to see you again next week if you're heading out. Of course, Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies on again a week from now, August 18th. Is the next Mopac Street Legals, followed by Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco, August 24th to 27th. Now, I was talking to my friend Cole, and of course, it's going to be an ET final bracket race. It's going to be Door Slammers, Outlaws, Pro Mods, Jet Cars. I'm telling you, you're going to want to be here the weekend of August 24th to 27th. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip is where it is at that weekend. Be there or be square, Elise. Just talking to my lovely, lovely timer, Elise. Hi, Elise.
Hi.
Are you having a nice night tonight, Elise?
Yes.
See, we love you, Elise. Big thanks to all our track officials here, helping us out, putting on an awesome race. Friday Night Street Legal is brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Always a great time. Such a great, friendly, professional staff here. I love working with them. It's only my second year, but it's like a little family here. It's a racing family, and I really appreciate it. We really appreciate you, too, here with us, waiting for some racing action to begin again. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Last call for domestics, please. Attention in the pits, last call for domestics to the lanes, please. Make your way to the lanes. It's Keely Baumgartner from Maple Ridge, 1966 F100, going against Chris Beardshaw from Victoria in the 1969 Dodge Dart. Chris Beardshaw taking that one, a 13.86. Won it at the line as Keely sat around for a second and a half for her reaction time. So this one going to Chris. Emmanuel Sansini from Victoria, 1985 Cutlass on the tower side, going against Brad Bloomfield in the Denko Auto and RV 78 Pontiac Phoenix. Tons of power under the hood for that 78 Pontiac Phoenix. Holy tamale. An 11.41, 117 miles an hour. And for Emmanuel, a 15.53, 90 miles an hour. Lauren Stewart from Poco. The 2003 Mustang going against Mike Glockson from Victoria, 1969 Dodge Dart. .18 at 107 with a 5 for Mike. Lauren, a 13.66 at 107. Gary Butler, 2017 Camaro, going against CJ Hookham in the 2010 Dodge Challenger. Gary Butler at 11.85. And CJ 13.24 at 106. It's Battle Corvette again. Harry Witter from Poco going against Tim Wong from Richmond. $11.65, 123 with a 9 for Tim Wong. Harry a 13.25 at 114. Wow, great racing action here. Friday night street legals. All right, I want to say it's a Ford Explorer here in the TCS lane going against Mike T in the 2022 Ford. That's definitely not a 2022 Ford. That's that. I thought that was that 83 square body. My computer is being silly. 11.99, 114 in the TCS lane, a 14.51 for Mike T. Thank you. Chase Cranmore in the 2017 Chevy Camaro going against Sean Mercer in his 2019 Chevy Camaro. 2017 is in the Tower lane. And he is long gone. 11.93, 117 with a 7, and a 13.45 at 110 for Sean Mercer. Ethan Amaral, 2019 Tesla called the Slingshot. It's going against Nathan Sheen from Maple Ridge, 2015 AMG Mercedes. All right, our starter just having a little word. And green means go. Four-second head start for the Tesla. It's never a good thing. 13.33 for Ethan at 102 with a 7, and Nathan 11.95 at 115. Brendan Piskasek, 94. He's from Burnaby, part of Bouldering Canada with Thomas, going against our friend Yuta Mooney. 1999 Ford. He's from Coquitlam. $13.58 at 100 miles an hour for Brendan and 18.30 for Utah. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. It is open lanes, open lanes. Come on down to the staging lanes if you would like to race. Kyle Jessamine here in the 1980 K5 Blazer and Stuart Sharon in the 79 Monte Carlo here, battling neck to neck. Closer than you'd think, but this time it goes to Kai. 14.09 versus 14.73 for Stewart. Next up here in domestics, we have Ken Ritchie from Surrey, the 1985 Blazer running a 383 going against Kevin Major running that 90 Chevy S10 with the LS. Attention in the pits, Tension in the pits. It's open lanes. Open lanes. They are open, folks. Ken Major a 12.01 at 114. First a 12.76 at 107. BMW versus Mustang. $14.86 for the TCS lane. Little wheel spin and a little pull toward the center line out of the groove. But he hangs on at 11.03 at 135. That VW All Tracks in the Lordco lane going against the white Mustang. Giving him a big head start, trying to chase him down, but that was a 2.5 second head start. 11.37 in the Lordco lane. First and 11.22, but with that reaction time, it goes to the Lordco lane. Mustang in the TCS lane going against that 2023 VW. Tension in the pits. It's open lanes, open lanes. Come on down to the staging lane. It gets a little sketch here. I don't have people's names, so we just try to tell you what car it is. 13.75 in the TCS lane, a 13.95 in the Lordco lane. $10.45 at 136 with a 7 in the Lordco lane. $13.38 at 101 for the TCS lane. I think it was a Tesla. All right, I know what this is. VW Rabbit here. It's going against, looks like Charles Leak. Is that Charles? Motorcycle versus VW. A 10.58 at 143. Might not have been Charles, might have been his dad. I didn't see the hair flying. The bug, or the rabbit, of 14.82. Here we go. Here's Charles Leak, TCS Lane, and Chris Leak. Father-son racing, battling it out here on the titanium strip. .50 at 140 for Charles, and 11.99 at 110 for Chris. Mike ends in the Lordco lane. It's going against the Dodge in the TCS lane. Side-by-side racing here, but the TCS lane pulls away on Mike. 9.89 at 142, and Mike letting off after the 1,000-foot for sure. .49 at 130 with a 7 in the TCS lane, and 11.75 at 117 in the Lordco lane. When it's open lanes, folks, we don't have names coming up. So if this is your friends, make sure you cheer them on, and we do our best to let you know who they are, or at least what they're driving. Great to see all the motorcycles out here today. Sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Lordco lane taken at 11.72 at 127 even versus 12.49 at 108 with a 3. Audi versus Mustang coming up next in the open lanes. Open lanes, folks. Come on down to the staging area. Got open lanes for another 15 minutes or so. 11.25, 120 with a 7 in the TCS lane. .07 at 123 with a 2 in the Lordco lane. Looks like the Lordco lane threw it in reverse to start. TCS lane at 11.99 at 117 with a 6, 13.1673 for the SUV. 13.62, 95 miles an hour in the TCS lane, 15.46 at 90 with a 4 in the Lordco lane. Here we've got some Dodge power in the TCS lane going against the white Corvette in the Lordco lane. Chevy versus Hemi power here. Whoa! He's definitely in launch mode. Look, the other car's got his brake lights on. It's like, whoa, dude. Take it. Just take it. 10.56, 140 miles an hour for the Corvette. 13.96 at 63 miles an hour in the TCS lane. He had his brakes on way before the finish line. Here's Charles Leake and Dad Chris Leake again here. These guys just having a great old time. Family racing, father and son racing here. It's great to see both these guys. Super nice. The guy in the Lordco lane, I believe, is 17 years old. 10.3, 141 with a 1. The Lordco lane. 15.30 for Dad. 58 miles an hour, letting out of that after the 1,000 foot. I want to say it's Dan Gray in the truck. And then we got the coal roller in the Lordco lane. It's going to spool up. Wow. Looked like all sorts of tires spin in the TCS lane, and that diesel just launching. Kind of looked like the smoke was gray or black and then turned to gray. So I don't know what that means, but that's pretty cool. 9.55, 139 miles an hour in the Lordco lane for that coal roller. And the green truck having all sorts of problems at 16.14. Blazer versus Camaro here. Camaro having some problems on liftoff. The Blazer says, see you later, pal. 12 even at 114 with a 1 versus 14.09 in the Lordco lane at 106. Red Chevy Camaro in the TCS lane going against the old Ford truck. Camaro in 11.07 at 135 and 13.62 at 102 for the old blue Ford truck. GTR in the TCS lane going against the Mustang in the Lordco lane. And I haven't said that gentleman or lady's name all night, so clearly we have a problem with your number, my friend. .48, 136 with a 4 in the TCS lane, 11.29 at 131 in the Lordco lane. You Now Kai Jessamine in the far side going against, I think it's the Monte Carlo, but attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. 5-minute warning. If you'd like to keep racing tonight, we need you to come on into the staging lanes, please, for some final passes if you so choose. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is your last call for open lanes, last call for open lanes. Probably gonna say that was a Tesla. I didn't hear a darn thing in the Lordco lane. One against the SUV there. Big thanks to everybody for coming out here today. If you're on your way out, we really appreciate you coming out here and spending your evening with us. The Friday Night Street Legal is brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. There's another vet battle. Yellow vet having some serious problems. And just letting out of it. And I'm pretty sure that's Mr. Wong in his Corvette having no issues at all. Okay, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. The lanes are now closed. Lanes are now closed. If you are currently in the lanes, you're good to go. However, lanes are now closed. That was Charles and Chris Leak again, father-son motorcycle racing. 10.32 in the Lordco lane, 14.24 in the TCS lane. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. The lanes are now closed. The lanes are now closed. Some more motorcycle action here. The Friday Night Street Legals. Wow, great race. A 10.48 Lordco side versus 10.96 TCS side. Mustang Fox body in the TCS lane. Going against a crew from Toonzilla there. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm seeing a lot of brake lights at about the 1,000 foot. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they want to slow down. 10.42 Lordco lane, 14.40 TCS side. Ford Explorer and the old Monte Carlo Again, big thanks to everybody spending their Friday night with us. Don't forget, we do this all again next Friday, August 18th. The Friday Night Street Legal is brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply. So tell your friends, bring a butt, and do some grudge matching. 2001 Harley Davidson. I recognize that sound. .73 at 108 with a 7 in the Lordco lane for the Harley. The Camaro with a 13.04 at 110 and a 14.41, 95 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. Audi versus Mustang here. Actually a pretty close race at the 8th mile. But Lordco lane taken at 11.56 at 123 versus 11.23 at 122. Charles Leak in the Lordco lane. Yeah, that young man has no fear, I'll tell you. A 10.18, 142 miles an hour for Charles. Mercedes versus the Genesis. .47 TCS side versus 11.67. BMW versus Dodge. Nice liftoff for the Dodge. Holy. It's giving her MacGyver. 10.58, 130 miles an hour for the Dodge, a 13.52 at 118 for the BMW. .46 at 127 for the TCS lane, 13.47 at 102 in the Lordco lane. little bit of smoke at the end of the top end there in the Lordco lane. All right. That's a wrap according to our starter, Willie. So I'd like to thank everybody who came out here today and spent your Friday evening with us at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. What a race it was. Amazing evening and amazing racing action. We do this again 1 week from today on August the 18th. Big thanks to all our track officials, everybody, every single one of you. Thank you so much for being so professional and helping us put on a heck of a race here tonight. Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. My name is Chrissy Anderson, and on behalf of everyone here at Mission Raceway, we wish you a safe drive home, and we will see you again next time.